Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to crumble!
I'm Joshua Kemble, and welcome to Joshua Kemble's Livestream. I've been a freelance illustrator and graphic designer for over 20 years. I was an art director for 9 years. And when I'm not art directing and working on illustrations and graphic designs, I'm working on comic books and graphic novels, and that's usually what I do during my streams. And while conversations can go all over the place on this stream, from spicy and entertaining to goofy and silly, one thing stays consistent throughout every stream. I'll always be working on art. So pull up a chair, get your art supplies out, and get ready for an entertaining show that'll keep you company while you work on your own personal art projects. This is Joshua Kemble's Art Stream. Yes, welcome to episode 325 of my live stream. We are still working on a kids book illustration for a book that my wife and I are doing together. That's about like golfing animals. It's pretty cute. My wife did the pencils, and I'm finalizing the pages. We're trying to get them all done basically by the end of the weekend. And so let me go ahead and pull up a couple of these so you can see the book so far. There's one I haven't done on stream that I did in the interim, but I want to show off kind of where we're at on it. I like how the last spread came out. It looks pretty sick. So we're going to be working on illustrating today, like more of like day job type stuff. So this is work that's like pretty urgently due. And so all my other projects have been kind of temporarily put on hold just to get this done. And then I think the other follow-up is like I've got like almost the whole thing worked out for subbing as well for the interim, so that we have some kind of consistent income that is local. So that's basically it. I'll go ahead and show you guys these really cool things. I'm trying to get all the text that would be kind of a dead giveaway of the project out of the way so I can show off what we've got so far. So okay, here we go. We're going to go to our daily stream. And this is the spread that I went ahead and finished yesterday. Yesterday, I was working at like really weird hours. And so streaming wasn't really a possibility during those times, because there's other people in my house, and I want them to be able to sleep and not be kept awake by my wild voice. So that's this is the spread that I got done yesterday. I'm really excited with how that came out. It's basically the little animals bugging all these different animals about golf, and none of them seem interested. Okay, so let's start with okay, where is one? Where is the cover? I was going to start with the cover. Oh, here it is. Okay, so here's the cover illustration. So that's kind of what we started with. We did that on stream the other day. Then we're going to go to our interior. We got that done. That's going to be our title page. And then we've got this first sequence. And I think we got this last one done the other day. So this one was done yesterday. And unlike the other ones, I didn't add much of like a painterly texture to the backgrounds, because I liked how these came out, and I didn't think it kind of needed that. So that's basically where we're at right now. So we have basically like one cover, 3 spreads, and now what we're going to be working on, I flatted these this morning. And now we're going to be working on basically taking the blue lines on this and making those actual lines. But before that, what we're going to do is render it. So this will be our, let's see here, 1, 2, 3. Sorry, let me see how many spreads we have. So this will be our 6th illustration for the book. So this will be spreads for pages 8 and 9, which I'm pretty excited about getting done. Again, my wife, Maya S. Kemble, is the illustrator who did the pencils for these, and I'm just kind of taking them and finalizing them. I don't think I get cover credit because I think what they're going to do is like, it has something to do with, they want it to like kind of be like an all girl project. So my credits will basically be like the little notes on the interior, but that's okay. I'm kind of excited about it, and I think it'll look pretty good. Okay. If I look like I am tearing up, it's because my allergies have been going nuts, and I'm still kind of getting over being sick. And honestly, I've been working pretty hard on this book, so my sleep schedule is really weird. But we're on deadline time. So that's basically what we're going to be doing today. So we're going to start by doing our background, and then we'll kind of work from there. So I think this should be pretty fun. And I'm wearing my old school, this is back in the day when I used to do threadless all the time as a contest. This was my second threadless select shirt. There used to be a thing where if you won the threadless competition, I think it was like your 5th print or your 3rd print, I can't even remember. You basically got to choose and get paid as if you won for a threadless select. I think it was if you won 5 times. So this was my second threadless select design where I did 99 panels of a comic for a t-shirt. And if you can find it, it might be available. You'd have to hunt. I don't even know if these things are around anymore. But this is the original. But I think they get sold on eBay every once in a while. So wearing my old threadless select shirt, and we're gonna rock and roll. So let's get into it. I'm using this kind of dithery pattern with a brush, and then on top of that, we're also doing some other stuff like very mild line work and stuff like that. In this case, on this spread, the white is going to kind of gradate into the color on both sides, like between, the 2 sides of the page from the left to the right. And so we're going to go ahead and kind of get that worked out. And I'm going to live stream while I do it, while I do the renders on this. So fun times, crazy deadline, but things are really good. This morning I was having breakfast with my wife, and I was realizing I really feel very lucky that we're like, even though things are a little bit in transition and stuff like that at our, with the me leaving my position as an art director that I did for almost 10 years. There's been this strange kind of thing where things have just kind of been working out. And also, I've been able to kind of like spend more time with my family, which is really nice. Like, I had like a really long commute at that job. Um, and I don't think I even realized like how much that driving like all the time, like 3 or 4 hours a day, starts kind of wearing on your happiness, So like, strangely enough, I feel pretty fortunate to like have a lot of this, a lot of that commute and stress and stuff like that sort of out of the picture. And I feel like, honestly, like that's worth its weight in gold. I'm not sure if I like how that works for the sky. So let's see if we can make it a little more subtle. Um, okay, we're gonna basically start by rendering the sky, and I want the sky to gradually gradate to white. I, but I still want that color to sort of relatively be visible. I don't want to like blow it out entirely. And then we're going to do a real quick pass over the sky to make it sort of like almost like it's getting darker as it goes. And then I think what we'll do is do another pass here that's just a little bit bolder on this kind of orangey sky. And that'll darken it as it kind of gets toward the edges. So I think that'll work. I also want it sort of darker toward the word balloons. And then I think I might go back over it with this mid-tone again, just so that it's not overdoing it. And we're kind of getting a clear gradation of sky. And then I might go one more pass with the white. Let's do another pass with that darker tone. Kind of around the edges. Our goal here is to kind of make it look almost like a little golden book, or there are a lot of these really beautiful kind of little golden books that Pixar has been doing recently. And so we're kind of doing that like a dissolve brush to kind of get like the speckles that would be on those older books. Okay, I think that works. I think we'll do a little bit of rendering on this word balloon because we have these characters that are going to kind of arrive on the word balloon. So let's take a look. Let's keep our characters there, and then we'll kind of render from there. I like the idea of the word balloon having like a very slight color. So I think what we'll do is pick like a real mild, almost like maybe a purple, like, and then I think I'll do like a sort of muted purple that's like barely there. And then I think we'll do on top of that like a little bit of uh on top of that we'll do like a very mild shadow under these characters, even if they're kind of chilling in a word balloon. That might have been too dark. Let's go lighter. I was thinking it would be like nice and subtle, but that was too dark of a thing. So here we're going to do like a more subtle texture, and then I'll go over this again with white. Well, you know what we'll do though first? Because I was going to go over it again in white, but we'll do our little, almost like a cast shadow for the characters, and that needs to be significantly darker. So like the characters will have some semblance of like being seated on the ground. I don't like the color tone I chose there. I feel like that's too gray. I want to kind of stick with a little bit of saturation in the shadows. And man, I gotta say, my allergies have been going nuts, guys. How are you guys doing? Hope you guys are doing well. That's a little too dark. Go just a little bit lighter. That's perfect. Okay, I think that might be the tone we want. So there's going to be that for like the character, and then I want it to go just a little bit darker as it kind of gets closer to the characters and where they're standing. And I'm really not sure if I'm digging the. Let's see if we can maybe the saturation comes down a little bit. And then we're going to go back over it with white and see where we can go from there. So, okay, now we have white. We're going to kind of go through it, get rid of some of these speckles again. And that way we're kind of clearing it up a little bit so that it's more of a mild texture. And again, I don't even mind if the kind of cast shadows are a little more mild. I kind of like that. Now I want to have... Oh, I want to get those areas on here, but I want to also eyedrop this because I might come back with the gray once we're done with the white. So, okay, we're going to do our white here. And then I'm going to go back with my gray one more time with just a quick pass. And I think that'll do it. So yeah, it's been a pretty wild ride the last few days. Like it's felt like old times. Like the beauty of being an illustrator is you end up with quite a lot of things. The dogs are barking. I think my wife and sister just got back home, so they're kind of flipping out. And then I know the colors are going to be kind of similar for like Hattie and for the bears. So I'm going to go ahead and keep these references here and try to kind of, at least that way we can kind of see the colors that we're working with. So I'll probably put this on like a separate layer just to mainly be able to have something to look at. We'll do our other gradient next, which is going to be here. I don't like obviously even when I was doing this, let's see our line work too. So we were doing, like, the way I set this up was so that I can do this gradient that'll be really subtle and bring that white over into the green. So we're going to do that again. I need to call this, this will be called background renders. And then this one will be called background flats layer. And I just realized you guys can't even see the layers on this. That's okay. Let's pull it a little tighter. Okay, so now we're gonna select our green area, and I'm gonna deselect the areas that I don't want to work on yet, that are on, because we're pulling the same green. And then we're gonna go to our background renders, and we'll kind of see what we can do, kind of gradate from that corner. on, and we'll kind of see how that works. So we're kind of going into this. And that should kind of get this a little more subtle, where we're going to have some little lines over it. There's a couple things we're going to want to do here too, where because of the way these pages are set up, I'm probably going to want to go over with maybe this, and we'll just get rid of this little line that's like the giveaway of our selection. Oh, nice.
What you got?
Awesome. We got more plants for the aquarium. Very exciting. The aquarium's been really cool. We have a couple aquariums, and it is surprisingly like very relaxing having these fish that are just kind of chilling and doing their thing. Yeah, it means like a water change every week, which is quite an undertaking with like a 59-gallon tank. I'm sure it would be worse with like another tank. Oh, a 39-gallon tank. I think I said 59 or something. But it's been fun. All right, so we're going to start by doing the now we're going to do our blues and kind of pull those in. Let's do our light area on the blue. And I like the light source kind of being from the right still. I think like quite often light sources just kind of being on the right are relatively more appealing. I don't know why. It's kind of interesting how that works. Oh, I was about to use the wrong brush there. And I'm going to put my phone on mute so it's not like bleeping every time I get like a notification. I don't feel like that's good there. So I'm not a happy camper with that color. I think it needs to be a little bit brighter for the light. So let's do like an even brighter light on here. And then the light again is going to be coming from the right quite a bit. And sort of add a little bit of rendering to make that happen. Similarly, here I want to have the light somewhat coming from the right as well. So then we're going to have our light area here. And then we can do our shadow. Oh, wait, there's one other thing. I think there were a couple little leaves that we're going to want to have rendering. And then I do want to do like a shadow tone as well here. And maybe that shadow tone can be this deeper green, so it kind of vibes well with the colors around it. Maybe it should be deeper. Actually, I kind of like that. That kind of works. All right, and then we're going to do our shadow here. And the shadow on this area is going to be kind of interesting. It'll probably be here where the animal is a little bit. And then it's probably going to be back here behind our character just a tiny bit. And just kind of splotched splotched a bit. I feel like that wasn't the right route either. Maybe we want to go back just a tiny bit. And I kind of liked it a little more subtle. So maybe the little splotchiness here as it gets kind of closer, and then similarly like a few little pads of color. Okay. Still kind of recovering from being sick. Okay, let's get on to our next thing to render. And our next rendering is going to be of this. We're going to go lighter here. And again, just do our light tone. And I'll probably, if I can get there, probably like really reduce my brush size here too, just to get these little spots. And then we're going to kind of do light rendering here. And I think that little corner will be saved for a dark area. And then we'll see if there's any other spots that have this color. I think not. So now we're going to do another of this with the dark, another pass. So in this case, that'll be like right here. Oh, wow. Actually, I like that. At first, I wasn't a fan, but now I kind of like it. I was going to say I didn't like it, but now I kind of like it. Okay. We're going to do one pass of dark here, one little pass of dark here, one little bit here. And then again, I want to get in there with the light area, which I should kind of see there. And render my little leaves there. So I think that'll do it for that. Oh, there was one other area we forgot. One other area, which will be here. This tiny little area. And that I want to have kind of fully rendered dark. So we're getting there. We're getting there. So what we're going to do is our renders first, and then we'll go in and add, line and stuff like that once we're done. So right now we have kind of temporary line art. I don't think there's much in the line art that we need to see at this point for the trees and stuff like that. So I'm just going to turn the visibility of that off. And then similarly, it is going to be helpful for us to see the character line work or the character flats, but I don't think we really need our details yet. So we're getting through there. Now we're going to do our flat tree shape here and some other areas as well. And this is going to be like the light area can get significantly lighter. I think we'll see. We'll see how many levels we want to have for rendering. I'm trying to kind of stick to only 2 levels of rendering on these things. So that we're only doing like 2 value shifts. But, depending on how it goes, we might end up with something a little different and bigger too. So here I want to have light really coming into the tree. And then the tree is going to get significantly brighter as it kind of gets to the edge. But there might be little splotches in the tree of like a darker color. And then we're going to do our... Oh, wait. Hold on. I was about to switch colors. And I realized I need to actually use this color again. This might be kind of here. We're going to kind of pull a little bit of this. And similarly, just kind of render it out so that it's a little bit lighter in certain areas. Similarly to this, like maybe there's a little shade of light. Oh, wait, we want the shade of light to be on the right side. And coming in there, doing that. Now let's do some darks. Let's pick the darkest and then go dark. And now I might actually want to see some of the line work too. Which is really hard to see over the, just put it on normal. Okay. Let's see the line work just to kind of know where we're going to go with the darks. Cause I do think some of these little fronds or bushes or whatever you want to call them are going to kind of cast some more clear shadow that will better define the tree as we go. And similarly, like this little area can kind of get there. And then we can have just a few little blasts of it. And then one more kind of overall shadow that it's kind of leaving. And let's see what that looks like without our line art now. Yeah, I kind of like that. And then I'm going to do just a slight render here on the leaf. And I think we might, for this leaf, I think we might go in with the mid one more time. A second pass on that, because I feel like we're losing some of that. So it's starting to look almost too speckly. So hopefully that's a little too much mid now. We'll go in there with the mid-tone here. There we go. I think that works. And did we get the dark in here? I don't think we did. I do want to get that dark tone and pop it right over that little leaf. So again, we're going to go through and kind of do the rendering on these flats, and then we'll do our line layer last because we're going for this like kind of vintagey look with this thing. All right. That is going to do it for that. And I'm kind of happy with how this is coming out. What I want to do real quick is play a trailer, get a glass of water, and then I will come back. So here is the trailer for my 2 books by Jim Lujan.
You know, George, you can't say the craziest thing.
So, little Susie, do you have any brothers or sisters? I understand you're in 3rd grade. How do you like that? Do you like your teacher? You like to do a lot of fun things at school? You got any hobbies, Susie? Any things you like to do when you're not in school? I hear you like to read.
Well, right now I'm reading 2 stories written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. It grapples with faith and mental illness. It's ultimately a story about redemption. It's a savage piece of writing. Also, I just finished up Jacob's Apartment, another one by Kemble. Jacob's Apartment weaves together elements of spiritualism and relationship dynamics, as well as atheism, and all the while it deals with abandonment and loyalty. It's a fierce, fierce read.
Do you like ponies?
I'm Joshua Kemble. I'm working on illustrating a kid's book with my wife, who did the pencils, and then I am doing the flatting and coloring and textures and rendering and all that stuff. And it's coming along okay. I kind of like it. So we're mainly focused on this forest and getting things kind of rendered there. So we'll start with these browns now and do our light source on the browns. I'm going to look at the line work to see if there's, okay. I don't think there's anything there we needed to see. And then the line work there. Yeah, I think those are just going to be like directional lines. So, which should be pretty fun once we add our lines in there. So right now, I also want there to be a little bit of shadow cast toward the bottom of the tree, or like under the leaves. We'll do like one pass, and then we'll go real light. And then similarly, now I want to do a darker, and we're going to go over that with some shadow. While my dogs freak out. Okay, let's see here. What else? I think that's it for that. So let's continue to the next tree branch or tree trunk or whatever. So yeah, it's been an interesting, very like sleep depth day, but kind of good. I've managed to get in little power naps here and there, and I'm on kind of deadline mode. So you kind of grab sleep when you can, and then crunch, and grab sleep when you can, and crunch again. Okay, here we're gonna find a little bit of darker shadow again. And just kind of add a little bit of shadow to this tree branch. And the nice thing is, this page isn't actually as complicated as some of the previous pages. It might seem like it. Like, there's actually probably going to be a little bit more line art on this page. But, yeah. Jake said, I'd take that over being sick. Take what over being sick? I don't know what which statement you're responding to. How's it going, Jake? It's a long time no see. It's funny that we're hanging out in the afternoon. I'm used to you being part of the night gang with me. What are we doing? Being awake at these hours. We should be awake at like 3 or 4 in the morning and talking philosophy. For any of you guys who don't know, Jake's a longtime viewer and member, honorary. I guess I've called Jake a member of the Kremlin oligarchy, which is the old school, the people who've supported and watched the stream since the very beginning. Oh, Jake said it's night here. Oh, okay. So for you, it's usually morning when we're having night gang. And then for you right now, it is night gang. Night gang. Had a phenomenal work process for about a week, and then bam. Oh yeah, getting sick. And he said, I'd like to grind. Yeah, I'm kind of, I got sick too, and that kind of put me a little behind on this book. So that's why we're in like crunch and grind time. I am a little like eager to get to getting some pages done for the graphic novel that I got to do. But I'm really liking how these are coming out. Like, I showed some of these spreads earlier in the stream, and I was very happy with how those are going out. But I'm sorry you got sick, man. That sucks. It seems to be going around because, yeah, my wife is still recovering from being sick. It's like a flu thing. And again, I've talked about this ad nauseum. I think anybody who's a parent gets it, but it's like the second the school year starts, it's like the kids get sick, they bring home the sick, then the sick goes through the house. And it's just a fun sickness fest. Sickness Festival 2023. I'm liking how this is looking. So, like, now there's real atmosphere to that forest, which is really cool. Viper FMG said, "Yo, how's it going, Viper? How you doing?" Jake said, "When I am back up again, I'll chop some 60 plus page sketches. Then I'll read for a week straight. Got too many comics now." Yeah, I understand that. I love it. How are you guys doing? And by the way, if you haven't yet, hit that like button. That helps a lot. As corny as it is, I know a lot of streamers and YouTubers say that, and there's a reason for that because the likes affect the algorithm. So help me cheat that algorithm. Otherwise, you're just gonna get fed the same trick YouTube stuff where it's like, I'm gonna blindfold myself and do a sketch. Ha ha. Viper FMG said, "I've been listening to your voice. Would you be interested in joining in voicing a character on my show?" Uh, Possibly. Yeah, I mean, I might be interested. I know that I'm pretty awful with voices. I did voice acting for my buddy Jim Luhan, and it was pretty fun, but like I am not a good voice actor. He ended up having to kind of pantomime everything. So like Jim basically would read the line he wanted me to say, and then he would like do it deeper or whatever. But yeah, you know, I might be interested. We'll talk more about it. That sounds fun. Is it an animated show? All right, so we have our thing going here with our tree, and we're just kind of trying to give it a little bit of depth. Again, this is all working before we add like the crazy lines and stuff like that. But it's starting to get that like vibe of the little golden book a little bit. Viper FMG said it's animated really bad, but good to watch if you give it time. Nice. I like badly animated shows that are good to watch when you give them time. Also, I find sometimes when people say they're badly animating stuff, it's not really badly animated. It's just limited animation. Okay. Yeah, hit me up. There's a email Addy on my website that you can kind of hit me up at and give me more details on what you want. If you want, I could track some stuff on GarageBand when I have a free moment. And send them to you or whatever. Okay, so because that is fun. It's fun to be a part of projects like that, actually. Okay, so we're gonna do our shading here. And again, like our shading here. Ooh, I don't like what I did with the shading here. So I'm going to actually erase this leaf because I feel like I did it from the wrong side. And then Jake was saying you nailed the look for this type of book. Thanks. Yeah, I've been trying it. It's fun to work. Like I've talked about this before, but I really dig working in multiple styles and having the ability to do that. I find it to be really refreshing as an artist. I think like sometimes if you pigeonhole yourself to one style, you can kind of miss out on the joy of like sort of changing it up and trying new things. Um, and again, like getting that joy of the process, because like there is a real fun to the process of art, but quite often, especially when you're working on crazy long form graphic novels like I am, I'm stuck to a style for like 100 and something pages. So it's awfully fun for me to kind of work with my wife's drawings here and really like try to honor her line art and get that like kind of old school retro look. Like that's a fun little exercise, and it kind of reminds you like of your own capabilities too, because I think sometimes in art, it's like when we're in classes like art classes and stuff like that, we're used to kind of playing with different new materials and stuff like that and trying things outside of the box, but it's very easy to like lose track of um that fun with long form projects. And the great thing is, like my friend Jim talked about, who I did voices for, that's the guy I did a voice for his animation. Like he's talked about quite often, sometimes it's like a nice rejuvenator for your own projects. Like for instance, working on this, like I'm having a lot of fun with it, but it's making me more and more eager to get back to Not Death But Love, the strange supernatural story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, and get those pages knocked out. And then it's reminding me of the speed that I'm able to work at. Like, while I'm not working as fast as I'd like on this, I am working pretty fast for like the results we're getting. And so it's also like a nice confidence builder, if that makes any sense. Jake was saying, how do you get the texture for the leaves and the trunks? So it's actually a soft brush with just on the dissolve setting. So I'm doing like a dissolve setting on the brush, and it causes the rendering to speckle. It's a technique that I picked up from watching Bob Stack and reading about his work. He's an illustrator that's done a lot of like New Yorker covers and stuff like that. And a bunch of people in the design world were like shocked. Like it went all over the news in the design world and illustration world when they found out that Bob Stack was using like, I can't even remember. It was kind of the version of Photoshop he was using. I think it was Photoshop like 2. And this was like maybe 5 or 6. It's got to be about 10 years ago that this was like big news. But it was like one of like I think the second version of Photoshop that he had done all these like New Yorker covers and spot illustrations with, and nobody, like hardly anyone, could believe it. And it turned out most of what he was using was just selection tools and the dissolve brush, and you can get a lot of you can get a lot done with like really basic stuff on Photoshop. So anyhow, I used to use that as an example when I taught Photoshop to people that, hey, like, you don't actually need like a bunch of wild effects or crazy brush settings. You can get a lot done with like a very minimal amount of tools on Photoshop, just understanding the basics of flat colors, good color choices, and selections. And that's like all you really need to make like decent illustrations digitally. It's a really good example of that, but it's also a fun style to work in. And then Jake said, I get you. I was stuck in the pre-production for so long, I forgot how quick I can knock out sketches and thumbnails. And he said, I did an impromptu, pure impulse comic, and it resulted with 50 plus pages in a week. Wow, nice. Well, congrats, man. Glad you're back on the horse too of that. You know what? There's another thing I need to work on here, and we can start with the grass for that, where I want to have the area here kind of blow into the grass like the white. So we're going to kind of check out our line work. And again, I want to have probably my character line work here. And then we're going to blow out the edge here with white, and we'll see if that works. Okay. I want to have it kind of fade in, so it's going to sort of fade in this territory. And then eventually sort of fade out to white. And then I want to get it in these specific areas more kind of faded. So I don't mind it being a little bit and those very strange like edge lines, I'm going to go ahead and blast those out of existence in a second too. But for now, I want kind of like this to almost fade in from nowhere. And then we'll kind of get more into more detail with the grass as well. Okay, let's get rid of those edge lines now. Because there's little areas I don't mind, but I don't like that like really obvious selection edge line. So we're gonna do our pencil tool to just have like a solid cutoff for that. And I kind of don't mind some of them because let's see our line work. Okay. Okay, and then we're going to have our different areas. Check out the character line work again. And then we'll hit it one more time with that white after this. Just to kind of solidify the transition here. So we're just kind of going through and getting rid of some of these speckles, and then I'm going to do one more kind of blast of that kind of dither brush just to kind of fully end the lines here. Okay, so now let's go back to our dither brush, our dither brush. And I want to kind of get rid of some of this pattern here. So it's like less transparent what's happening. Oh, I want to go over that. And now what I'm going to do is really kind of go over these and solidify that transition without kind of being too transparent about it. I kind of like that. I don't like this too much either. So we're going to really get rid of some of this extra business going on up here. Don't want those white speckles on that leaf. And I think we should be good once I get rid of the lines. And I might want to have this even more faded. There we go. That kind of works. Look at that beautiful business there. So now we have some of this kind of working out. Maybe that can be a little more subtle. Oh. Again, don't want those little white flecks. I think I might have... overdone it from a distance and not realized how I got those white flecks on there. So we'll get rid of them again. Just keep going back till they disappear. Okay. Now we can kind of really get in there, but not fleck the white on the... yeah. Okay, I'm kind of happy with that, except I just did the little white flecks again in the area I didn't want to. All right, that's going to do it for that. We're getting one step closer. Jake was saying, how does your wife thumb out image to text ratio? Is it script then visuals? Yeah, so the script for this is written by a different author. This is like a client, and the client provided the script. And then my wife will break it down into, page by page, like drawing, for the kids' book, what the client is asking for. And she'll do like really small sketches that are really loose. And then from there, do a rough drawing. Let me see if there's sketches here, actually, so you could kind of see it. I can actually show you. So it starts with these kind of loose character sketches like that. And then she'll do the tighter character art over those sketches once they're approved by the client. Okay, so we have most of that worked out now. Now we can go back to our fun part of let's get this grass area and start working out some of the details on that. So our grass is going to be, the lighter shade is going to be kind of coming from the right side and then kind of working its way through. So this should kind of work in theory. Let's see. So I want to have the kind of lightness of the grass sort of coming through at the top. And then in this case, it's going to kind of go down. And then similarly, like here, I want to have the lightness of the grass probably coming from about this spot. Oh, don't want to darken too much in that area. And then kind of work its way throughout the top of the grass area. So this will almost be like lighter at the top and then darker as it goes towards us in the foreground. So now we're going to do our shadow on the grass. That might be too extreme. And our shadow on the grass, I really want to establish, like, first off, it's going to be here where we have our character. Is I definitely want my character to have like a nice, like it's standing. A lot of people forget about that. Like if you don't add shadow under your characters, they just look like they're floating. And that doesn't work too well. So then we're going to kind of shade the grass a little darker as it comes to the foreground. And then similarly, like it can get a little darker here as it gets toward the foreground. And then I think I'll bring back some of the middle ground of the grass here just to kind of to kind of balance it out. Like, I like the idea of the middle ground being a little more obvious. So there we go. We've got our grass kind of done. Okay, guys, we're going to play another trailer. If you haven't yet hit the like button, we're going to get through this page. But one thing that's going to help is hitting that like button. So take the few seconds to hit that like button down there, and we'll be back to kind of rock and roll the rest of this page.
Well, Peter, since I'm such a big music fan, I'm going to have to go with Karen Carpenter. Oh, Stu, I'm sorry. That's the incorrect answer. Trish, what you got for us?
I'm gonna go with Kim Gordon.
All right, let's check that answer. Kim Gordon. Do we have a Kim Gordon? Yes, and that means you're our new Wordzoid champion, Trish. Dale, tell Trish what she's won. Trish, you've won a copy of 2 stories, a memoir of faith and mental illness. Handwritten, hand-drawn, and handed to you by artist and writer Joshua Kemble. But wait, that's not all. You've also won a copy of Jacob's Apartment, the story of a doomed romance. What happens when you take Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and put it in a blender with Ghost World? You get Jacob's Apartment, written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. Trish, thank you for playing Wordzoid.
All right, great job, Trish.
I was told I was gonna get a lifetime supply of paper towels.
Oh, so Jake, is that something that you've published? Like, did you publish are you putting out that 50 pages? I kind of want to check them out. Yeah, I wonder if that's on like Newgrounds, or I would like to see those. Anyhow, let me know how I can check them out, or if it's for like a bigger, longer term project, that's fine too. I'd just be curious to see them. All right, so now we're just gonna do our shadows on these little like leafy things. Again, just check the line art just to see, is there anything in the line art like that's kind of an important little detail, like that line where I can kind of somewhat indicate it with the color. Again, this is a little looser. It's not as tight with the colors as some other more kind of line-based art would be. But that makes it like pretty fast and pretty fun to kind of execute. Let me see if there's any other greens in there in that selection. And now we're going to go to like darker. Jake said, no, you won't. And he said that thing was to blow some steam off. Still 100 to go. Okay, got it. Well, I'm still glad you're working on art, man. That's awesome. It can be a struggle to get to art and to make the time and dedication to like do it, but it can also be really fun. So every once in a while, man. All right, let me do the leaves here just so I don't forget them. There's some little leaves. Where are they? Some little leaves, little flat leaves that I have on this section that I want to get to. I don't know why I'm not able to select them. That's kind of weird. Why isn't it selecting? Oh, that's on my... Okay, so we don't get to those leaves yet because they're on a different layer. So, okay. This might be a good time to turn off my animal layer so I don't get distracted. We're just doing the background layer. I wanted to hop to the next layer already, and that wasn't the best choice. There's a couple things I can clean up now that I'm seeing it without the animal layer on it. Like, not that you're going to see a lot of this, but still doesn't hurt to kind of clean up. So, if I could clean it up, Okay, so let's start with just getting rid of some of these little residual pieces. And then I like the idea of eventually there's an animal over this, but I like the idea of maybe we do a little bit of a blast here to sort of transition it without blowing out the animal. Cool. Okay. So we have some clean layers because the client, is going to have a layered file. So I don't want to give them ugly, unfinished crap like that just because it's hidden. That might be kind of weird of me, but I'd rather have like the hidden areas be usable just in case they want these assets for other things, So we'll go ahead and kind of clean that up a little bit as well. Just so they have something to much better. Look at that. Nice and clean. Okay. And then one other thing here, which is I really want to clean up this little spot here now and this little spot. So it's like a cleaner transition. Okay. We're getting there, guys. Okay. We just have flowers left, and then we're going to get to our flats for our animals, and then from there, we'll get to lines. Jake said, I find drawing easy. It's the thinking that sucks. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you a lot on that. Okay, I want to look at the background line art. And that's going to be important, especially on flowers, weirdly enough. Just to kind of know where the petals are so that we're kind of having light areas on the petals. And it's somewhat working, which would be cool. Here I want to have the light kind of hitting the petal. And here. And here it's going to be kind of interesting because got the light sort of coming on the side here. And then definitely up here be a lot more present. And I think that'll do it for the light on the flower. And now I want to do dark on the flower. Since it's yellow, I want to kind of avoid too much muddy color. Oh, might have been a little too orange though. Go back to our yellow a little bit to like a deeper. See if that works. Is that even visible over it? It's almost the same color of yellow. So let's go a tad orange on it. There we go. And now we're just doing a little bit of shadow on our kind of mid, like mustard yellow there. And I think we've got just our last bit here. And then we've got just our last tiny bit here just to have it like kind of fading out. And let's turn off our lines again. Oh, did I do those on the line layer? Oh my gosh. I am an idiot. I have to undo all of that if I can. I don't know if I can go back. Oh, that's a problem. I think I did all of that rendering on the line layer. So what I'm going to do now is just, unfortunately, I damaged the line layer. That's okay. I'll just, that was just me being stupid. So I'm going to go ahead and eyedrop this and then delete it. And then similarly, like, we're going to get rid of this. We'll have some speckled line work, but that's okay. It's not actually the final line work. So that's just on the sketch. But I was like, something's looking weird. And that's what it was. I was just on the wrong layer. That does not happen often. Jake was like, oof. That's okay. That's okay. Okay, now we're gonna do our lighting on the correct layer. That might be a smart idea. Which really shouldn't be too bad. Again, it's not like we worked for like hours. Like that could have been really bad. Luckily I caught it, to where it wasn't like the end of the world. Okay, similarly, have our light layers kind of rendering this out quite a bit. I like this kind of getting more. Okay, and then similarly, we'll have our light. Our light, and then let's do our shadow again. Our shadow ended up being a bit orange, so we'll do that. And a little bit here, a little bit here. Orange, you glad I'm doing shadows? That's right. Horrible Josh jokes. Okay, here we go. And that should actually make up for that, hopefully. Let's see it without the line. And we missed all the other flowers. So, cool. Yeah, it's working really well. So there's a couple more flowers we got to get to. I forgot about these little dudes hiding over here. Easy peasy. Jake said, I am teetering on color coding my pages or layers and folders in big project files. Nice. Yeah, what's weird is, honestly, this style that I'm working in, it doesn't require a mass amount of layers. There's like a rendering layer and a flat layer. And then for like the background, and then a rendering layer and a flat layer for the foreground. And that's kind of it, I tend to like keeping my layers a little simple. The other layers that, are visible on my Photoshop file are all kind of like layers from the drawings. And those can kind of come or go. Okay. Now we're going to do our rendering on this yellow. But labeling your layers, sometimes I'll forget to do that, especially on a crunch deadline like this. And then really it never is a bad idea to like label and keep your stuff organized, because it usually comes back to bite you when you don't. And then you're digging through layers trying to figure out what you were thinking when you were making the art. All right. For this, I don't think I need to see the drawing over it. So we're going to just do our flower rendering. And we'll start with a light orange. And go ahead and do like our little light source here. And then similarly, like a little light source here. And work our way through it. And I think now we'll do our shadow on this. And it's funny because like up close, this really looks like pixel art, you know, because you're literally like, that is what the dissolve brush does. It just does a pixel of dot. And so when printed out, it looks a tad bit speckly, but it ends up looking pretty smooth. It just has like a very small kind of dotted texture. And I really like it for that kind of retro feel of like a little golden book. All right, guys, we're getting closer, much closer. So now there's one more thing that we have to do before we're finished with this layer, and that's these stems. So we're going to do these flower stems, and then their leaves as well. And this is going to be a much milder, smaller brush, and we'll just kind of make it happen for the light. Slightly in there. This one probably a little bit bigger. The light, and then we'll get in there with the dark in a second too. And here a much thinner. And then we'll do our dark. And our dark will be dark. Our dark's going to be dark, guys. It's the darkness. And here I want to have like a little bit of shadow from the, and then a little bit. Similarly, like shadow for sure. And then just a mild bit of shadow on the side. Shadow for sure. Mild bit of shadow on the side. Mild bit of shadow on the side. And let's check it out. Look at that. We got our flowers done. Did we finish them all? Oh, I missed one or two. I missed one or two sections. So let's get back to our... There's like a couple little flower things I didn't even notice at the time. So there's those parts, which I want to do our light and our dark on. So let's go do that real quick. Yeah, it's been pretty funny online. There's a couple of communities I follow, and I've followed for years, you know, like podcasts, YouTube channels, and stuff like that. And I've started noticing like the 6 degrees of separation happen in real life, where a bunch of different communities I've followed for a long time are starting to have some crossover that's really hilarious to me. Without getting into too much detail. It's funny how small these communities can be. Where it's like you can follow content creators, and then you start seeing like these overlaps where you're like, oh my gosh, like how are all these disparate things I'm interested in suddenly having connections, you know? Here we're gonna do light on there's one little leaf we forgot. One solid leaf, one little leafy sitting here, like alone, lonesome, sitting there ready to rock. Okay, we got our background rendering done. So I'll lock those layers. We got our background, and then we've got our animal flats. I'm going to call this animal flats. And now we're going to make another layer that's called animal renders. And we'll kind of get into it in a second. Jake said, I too like simple layer selection, but there's just those days, the drinking your inkwell types of, yeah, I totally get that. All right, so let's get into our animals. Give me 2 seconds. It's been like really hot here, so I need to get some water again. So we'll play the trailer for Jacob's apartment, and I'll be right back. Speak clearly, it seems that only in dreams can we these things we've seen and walk around breathing I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams. All right, so we're gonna get with the lights on the on some of the ancillary stuff real quick, and then we'll get into the characters. So I kind of want to just get the lighting done on some of the kind of weirder parts, like these little arrows. I think it'd be fun to do. And I think that also ties in with the eye of the. Hold on. Should tie in a little bit with the eye of the owl. But I like the idea of kind of rendering some of these little, have some quick wins before we get into the characters. So, are we even seeing that? That wasn't good enough. Let's do brighter than that. So I want to have like some rendering on these little arrows too, just to kind of have that texture kind of feel like it's consistent throughout. And then the little eye of the guy there. Now we'll do the shadow on this. And that shadow should be a little bit more going on there. And let's see if that's too much. Okay, we might have to go back over that with the mid-tone, but we'll find out. Okay, there's the shadow on the owl. Now I want to go over this with the mid-tone because some of that's getting lost now. And at least this will help it kind of have a little more substance to it. So it's not totally like those arrows aren't totally getting blown out. But still, they'll have like that kind of older vibe, like they're kind of part of the illustration. Okay, now I want to have let's get into the golf clubs and then the leaves, which are super quick to do as well. So golf clubs, let's get those. And right now we're just doing flats and renders, and then from there we'll do line art over it for this kind of like little golden book look. Little golden book look. Okay, let's see our character line art over it. And let's do some light on these interesting golf clubs. There's going to be light sort of pouring in a little bit from the, maybe that goes a little lighter there. And then similarly, light up top. And then light across the line here. Okay, and then we'll do dark on the gray. And that can be areas like where the handle attaches, a very slight shadow. And then now we can get into a little bit of the substance of the shape here and the form of it. And I think we'll get there. Have a good nap, Jake. Thanks for tuning in. It's been a while. It's fun to see you again. I hope everything's okay. Hope things are treating you okay. All right. So we got our clubs. Now we just need our club handles. That'll be the next thing. So we'll go to our flats, select the handles, do our light tone. And go to our renders, our light tones here. Nothing huge, just like a very mild bit of texture. And then we'll do our dark tones, which I think are going to be much more prevalent on this. And we'll kind of turn that off. And look at that. Nice little golf clubs rendered out. Okay. So now we're going to do our part of why I have this pulled up is so that I can see. Oh, wait, never mind. We're going to do the sticks and the leaves first, because at least that way we get that out of the way. So sticks and leaves. Let's turn off the visibility of this. A lot of the areas you're seeing that are kind of blank too, just so you know, are kind of being left for text, which we already worked out at the beginning. But I'm not showing the text on stream because I don't want to give away the entire story for what we're working on. So there's one. And we'll do just a darker on that. And let's go to our next leaves. Our next leaves are here. I thought. Our next leaves are here. Okay, let's do light tone. And get into it. And then our dark tone will be underneath. Oh, dark tone should be darker. And then there's the last one, which I think are just these last two leaves. Get into that. We're going to do light. I actually want it lighter. And then we'll do a darker tone sort of underneath it. So it's almost like airbrushing, weirdly enough. And then we're going to do our sticks real quick. And I want to see if the line art gives anything for that. I don't think it does. I think we're okay. So the stick is going to be a little bit lighter at the top. And then similarly here, we're going to do establish just at the top some light source areas. And then we're going to do our dark, which is going to be significantly darker. And that we can have like, there's a little bit of shadow cast by the mouth here. So that'll be good to have there. Shadow cast by the hands. Have that on there. And then we can kind of get in there and give it some shadow on the base of the twig or whatever, the branch. And then similarly here, we'll just have the shadow kind of hitting the back of the twigs here. A little bit of shadow cast from the character. Shadow hitting the twigs, shadow cast from character. And there we go. We got that done. So we're getting closer, guys. Much closer on this page. Again, the last thing we'll add, we missed a tone here. So let's start with the light. We missed one twig. Over on this side, I almost forgot about this side. So let's do our twig here. And get our light. And then we'll get our dark shadow. And the shadow cast by the hand. And then just kind of render this out so that that's done. All right, there we go. We got our sticks. Our kind of reddish brown sticks done. Now we're going to do our next sticks. Again, like start with the flats, then we'll do the renders, then last we're going to do line. Just for this look. Like there's other methods of working for sure. So it's kind of like, I think the way you approach a process as an artist, you kind of have to just consider what look you're going for And then the look and feel will usually dictate the approach. So in this case, it's more of a shape-based art, and then there's line as like a complement. So it makes sense to kind of start as shape and then have line complement it at the end. Whereas like other art forms, are more line-based, and then you want the color to be a complement. So that makes more sense to start with line. When it comes to like rendering and finalizing. All right, so we're gonna get our sticks here. Sort of get my shadow, a little bit of shadow from the stick above it. A lot of shadow for the hands. A lot of shadow here. And then similarly, like get our maybe some shadow here where it's underlapping. And sort of, again, just kind of give it a little bit of a shadow, the base here, and shadow here. And then I think we've got our twigs pretty much worked out. Gary said, howdy, partner. How's it going, Gary? We're working on pages 8 and 9 of a book that we got to finish by the end of the weekend. My wife and I, and trying to make it look like Little Golden Book kind of vibe. So right now we're just working on flats, and then we'll come in with color at the end. So now we have that worked out. I feel like we should get the owl out of the way. Let's see if we have... I don't have the owl on this page, so I feel like we should pull up a reference that has the owl. Let's see here. Where's our owl? Okay. Without giving away a mass amount of text. So, let me just grab the owl, and then we'll delete that. So we can see our owl before, and that way we're kind of consistent with color. Even though the colors aren't going to be exactly the same, it's like I want them to feel like the same animals, okay? How's it going, Gary? How you doing? How are things treating you? I have been doing pretty good myself, but and really enjoying kind of getting outside of the box, working in a different style, which is super fun. I'm going to look at the line art. I should be able to... Oh, I think I need to see the... I think weirdly enough, this character was on the background line art and shouldn't be. But I've been enjoying kind of changing up my style for this project. But the other byproduct of it, like Jim talked about, is like doing something outside of the box makes me really want to get back to Not Death But Love, so I can get pages done. Because I'm like, now I want to work on that even more. Although I am enjoying this freelance project. It's pretty cool. And again, kind of fun to, like, the thing I like about trying different styles is also just the realization of your superpower as an artist. As artists, quite often, again, you can kind of work in one style for a while and forget that you can work in a million styles. So it can be quite liberating to take on a challenge and achieve, I don't know. All right, so now we're gonna do our little. Let's get to our animal flats, and let's do light on the beak and then dark on the beak. Light on the beak and dark on the beak. So lighting is going to be on top. Very basic lighting on these two. Nothing crazy. Lighting is going to be on the top for the beak. Light will be on the top for these little toes. And then we'll have our shadow. Shadow is going to be on the base. I like the base. Okay, let's do this. And I think that'll do it. And let's turn off our line layer now and put that back. Oh, I totally messed up. Why was I seeing that different? Oh my gosh. I am on a roll here, guys. I accidentally did the light and the dark on the wrong layer. So rather than redo all that, I think what I'll do is delete it from the line layer, which kind of sucks because now it's all speckly. I'm on a roll of doing the wrong layers here. And I'm going to just bring it to the bottom layer where it should have been. The nice thing about working with this rendering style, though, is like if you make a mistake like that, it's really easy to find your selections because the selections are totally anti-aliased. So they're like clean selections, you know? And so now I can go to my animal renders and again, we lost a little bit of the line art, but still, I think it should work. So if I do that, yeah, I should still be able to see. Okay, let's get that out of there. I'm going to save. So we have our owl kind of rendered now. And now let's go on to our gopher here. Okay, I want to see my gopher art now. And I'm going to go for it. That's right. I know. I can like audibly know that I think Gary's listening and I could just visually picture him rolling his eyes at that joke with stunning levels of lack of interest with how bad that joke was. Okay, here we go. We're going for it. Go for it. That's right. Okay, let's do this. That's definitely one of those bad jokes where I can visibly see the drop off of viewers. Where it's like, oh, there's a decent amount of viewers, and then I'm like, go for it, because I'm drawing a gopher, and it's like you watch the viewer count just go. Poof. They're like, okay, I can't. That was unforgivable. All right, here we go. We're gonna kind of rock this business. I want to have the light layer, and we're going to just do this for every part of the animal. It's a very strange way of working, but okay. I'm going to want the light kind of hitting. Again, we're kind of pretending that the light's coming from the right. So I really want to, and we're going to come in here with line afterwards. So there's a lot that's going to be done by the line. And then let's do our arm here. This arm is going to have little bit of stuff here. And we want our color lighting kind of coming from the right. Light from the right. And then similarly here, we'll do like a little bit of lighting and stuff like that. So it's been fun doing crunch time on freelance. It's been a while. So it's fun to like get in that zone where you're like, man, I got to knock out basically a kid's book and like by the end of the weekend and try to make it authentically, feel like a little golden book kind of vibe. It's actually kind of harder. I mean, it's not hard, but it's like a challenge, and it's fun to get in that zone where you're like, yeah, I know how to do this. But also like the wacky kind of lack of sleep vibes have been definitely hitting pretty heavy lately. Even yesterday, it's like I was working on a page, but it's like it was such weird hours, and also I was so kind of like I don't know if you guys have ever gotten there, but it's like when you're in deadline mode, you can get kind of delusional and weird. Not delusional. I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. It's like you just get that like lack of sleep kind of wackiness, or you wouldn't make for a very good conversationalist. I don't know if that makes sense. So that's kind of where I was at yesterday. It was like I'm not going to stream because first off, there's people sleeping in my house because it's late and that would suck to kind of wake them up. But second off, even if I did try to stream, it just would be like the most absurd, just like random stream of consciousness nonsense because I'm running on less sleep right now just to get this thing done in a timely fashion, and then just catching little power naps here and there. Um, Everybody wanted my sleep report there. I also just realized that we have to do other versions of this animal as well. So you can't just focus on this one part. And so I need to kind of go back. But we'll kind of work this out first. Get some of these little toesies. Toesies here. And then the back, I think should have some light, actually, thinking about it. I think this back should have some light kind of pouring over it too, just to give it a little more dimension. And then back to our posterior here. Okay, now we have that, but there's a few things I want to do. Now we need to add our darks in this area. And then we'll go get the other Hatties on the other side. And let's zoom out. Ooh, I like how this is coming out. Okay. So now we're going to do our our light and then dark. Excuse me. And again, like the lines right now aren't the final lines. Those are just some pencil lines to kind of render over. And then we'll come in with the final lines much later to kind of get it more accurate. We're just doing the light areas right now. Light areas. Mild bit of light there. And then we'll do our light here. And let's see here. And I just realized I need to go back with my mids here just to like pull back a little bit on the ear. And then we're gonna do our our tones. Let's get that light color again though. Select that. And let's get our tones. Our dark tones now. I was thinking about this the other day. Do you guys feel like there should be like age limits for people in office? Do you think that would be like ageistic? I don't know. I was just thinking about this like with Congress and the Senate where I'm like, I think maybe sometimes like people might need to kind of age out, like retire. I don't know. It's just a thought. I was just thinking about that like I don't know. Like I was thinking like maybe the age when you might like put your parents in like a retirement home kind of age should be like maybe an age that we shouldn't have in our government. I don't know. Maybe that's ageistic and horrible, but it was just something I was thinking about the other day. It was like, why don't we have? I don't know. We have like an age minimum, which I think is very wise. But could we also have an age maximum? I don't know. I'm under no illusion that uh, younger is better or anything. I think that would be foolish. There's definitely times where youth can make really dumb decisions, But it was just something I was thinking about recently, where I was like, I don't know though. I do think there might be a point where it's a little ridiculous. I don't know. Like at the point that you're like propping up, when it starts becoming like Weekend at Bernie's, you know, I don't know. I'm just saying when it starts becoming like Weekend at Bernie's, maybe we should start considering not. I don't know. Just a thought, random thought. You guys can disagree. Okay, let's see here. Character line art. Look at that. We're getting there, guys. Starting to take on a life of its own. Let's get the rest of this business going. Okay, let's look at the line art again. And let's get our light area going. Light area. Ba, 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 ba. You know what I just realized too? That was an error on my flats that we might have to fix here. So let's do the pen tool. This Hattie has like an interior color on their ear. And so I missed that on this. So we're going to make up for that flat now. And then we'll just call that. And then we'll go back to our renders, delete that out. And let's go back here. And now let's get back to back to shading. I had just noticed that error, so I had to fix it up. So now we're going to do our rendering here on our head. Now, those are movies I haven't seen in a long time, and I wonder how bad. I wonder how badly the Weekend at Bernie's movies probably do not hold up to modern times. I would guess. I don't know. I haven't seen those since I was in elementary school. But I'm guessing. Just gonna guess. Probably not that good of movies. I don't know. Just an idea. Maybe they're like American classics, and I just. But I'm gonna guess they probably aren't. All right, guys, and then we have one other to go, and then we'll make it happen here. So let's do the shadow. Very close to finish here, and like adding the line is always the funnest part of this. Funnest isn't a word. I've realized I use that word a lot though, even though it is not a word. The most fun part of the process is I find like adding the line with the style, probably because it's like the last part, so it all starts coming together there where you start adding line. And we're real close to being able to do that. We've got our area there. And similarly, like the shadow. Now we get to add the broader shadows. And I think we'll be good. All right. Now we just need, again, I'm going to look at the Hattie that I had pulled out. Okay, and then we just need the lighter area of, let's do the light of the white of the eyes real quick. This is going to be the hardest part of the entire illustration, is rendering. No, I'm just kidding. This is like the easiest part. So we're going to get in there and we're going to render our whites. We should have gotten in there and rendered our whites. Okay, there we go. Whites of the eyes, to give it a like real kind of dimension to it. And then we're going to do the same here. Whites of the eyes. And then same here. Whites of the eyes. Okay, good. And I want to get the teeth. Okay, let's save. We're getting very close to done. And now we just need our mid-tone. Well, I don't think that's a mid-tone, but like the peach kind of parts of the fur here. We'll do the light real quick and then the dark. And we can look at the line art just for a little bit of a guide on this. I should also probably select this little addition here. Okay. And now we'll do our renders on it. So we'll do our light areas first. Oh, and we forgot this eyeball. So we'll get that eyeball in a second. Don't let me forget, guys, if you're watching this. I'm like, I'm done and I haven't gotten this eyeball. You're like, Josh, you're not done with the renders. What's up?
I have to go get Ben, and then I'm going to take him to the library to do his homework.
Okay.
Do the next group.
Okay. Is Eliza going?
No.
Okay. All right, so we have the chest here. And then we're going to do the nose here, some of the light area. And then we're going to do the nose here. Sort of the light area here. The light area here. Maybe the light there. Similarly, chest area. Okay, now let's do our dark part. I might have gone too dark. Let me see. We got to go back. Go back a little bit. Okay, let's try a very much more subtle going dark. Okay, I think that's a little better. Not much of a difference, but still a difference, you know. This is going to get darker here. Shadow here. Shadow here. And then similarly, we're going to add some shadow here. And some definite shadow here. And then lastly, add our shadow here, shadow here, shadow here, and then very lastly, well, not very lastly, because we still have to do the eyeballs. Can't forget the eyeballs, okay? There's some eyeballs over here that I gotta get. All right, and then mouth, and then we're good. So we're gonna do our white here over the layer, paint with our white. Have you guys been having trouble with the brush shortcut on Photoshop at all? Anybody who uses Photoshop a lot? I've just noticed like every time I hit B to go to brush, it just like defaults to something else every single time. And I have no idea when that started or why that started, but it's very obnoxious. Okay, so now we're going to do mouth, and the mouth is going to get darker first. Animal renders. Let's do the dark part of the mouth first. And similarly, this one actually, I think that's enough where I don't think we're going to do light on that part of the mouth. And then we're going to do light, which will be here. And we'll go ahead and paint that over. We did the eyeballs, guys. We're pretty much... Oh, we're not done. We have to do the bear. I was getting all ahead of myself. Really excited. Now we just have to do the rendering for the bear, and then we'll do our line. So what I'm going to do is take a quick step away, because we're at the 2-hour mark, and we'll watch Christopher Runciman review Jacob's Apartment. I'll be right back.
Hi, my name's Chris and I like comics. I want to talk about this comic for a second here. I just got this in. I ordered it direct from my local comic shop through Diamond Distributing. It's Joshua Kemble's Jacob's Apartment. I really enjoyed this book. There's all kinds of comics out there, let's be honest. There's fun comics, there's superhero comics, there's young adult comics, there's adventure comics for kids. There's so many different things under the planet. But there's also an entire subgenre of alternative books. Real life, real world depictions in comic book form. Situations that happen to each and every one of us. And this is a fine example of that. If you get a chance, order this book from your local comic shop. You won't be disappointed. I can't sing its praises high enough. Okay? Check it out. Jacob's Apartment by Joshua Kemble.
Okay. So I have bear illustrations from the previous one, just so that we can remember kind of where we went with the color. This shouldn't take that long, and then we're going to get in the line. So we're getting closer. I'm guessing probably within the next hour we'll finish, but I've been wrong about that in the past. So sometimes I will think something will go a lot quicker than it will. Okay, so we're going to do our light area first on the bear's nose. And there's nothing other than just the bear's nose here, and we'll look at our line work. And then similarly, like a little bit of shadow on the bear's nose will help. So let's do that. Getting that retro dissolve brush, the kind of little golden book style, and trying to get that feel. And then we're going to do just a little bit of light on the bear. I think it gets a little bit bright. This might be too bold. We'll find out. So now I want to do the bear just having some slight light kind of coming over it. Actually, that works pretty well. Cheek's going to have a little bit of white because, again, I want my light source and just a tiny bit of reflected. Let's get his little paw kind of going there. And similarly, like, I want to have the arm is kind of mostly going to be dictated this way. So we might have to go in there and kind of erase so we have a harder edge on the arm. Am I missing where that... We'll just put this on normal. There we go. It's going to help me see the lines a little better. And what we learned on that last spread was the line art ends up being about the same color as the blue line, which can be kind of a pain in the butt. Let's see here. So let's go to our renders. Did I do that last render on the wrong layer again? I think I did. Let's see it without. I think I did. Okay, let's go back to our line work layer and get these little speckles. And we'll go ahead and delete those. That way we're actually seeing the full bear. Okay, now we're going to get back to our bear, have him selected. Go back to our proper layer for that. And I think what we're going to do is probably end up coming back with like a mid-tone as well, just to kind of... that's a little too much. And now I'm going to have this sort of as the brighter area where the light's hitting the bear. And we'll get shadow kind of last spot will be a little bit of shadow. But I want to do my mids over this just to kind of sculpt it a little more color-wise. because some of this light is like blowing out the mids. So I want to go back in and kind of clean that up a little bit by just going over it with the mid-tone in areas where I don't want it super blown out, like his chest. And then similarly, like we're going to do here, and then we'll get into our shadow in a second as well. And once we get shadow, I think this is going to really work out quite well. Okay, now let's get our shadows in. And our shadow of the bear. It would have been really fun if there was actually a bear riding a kayak as like a shout out to this live stream, because that's been an on running joke since like probably like maybe the 19th or 20th time I did a live stream, so very long ago. But again, like the fun part of this style again is like it's more like sculpting where you start and it's a little abstract and you just kind of have to trust the process, and then as you go it starts really like forming, having dimension and really looking cool. But it's a slow process and you kind of have to just trust it. Very methodical way of working, but fun, you know, and relatively free and quick. Even though, you know, for me, quick isn't that quick. I'm not that. I've never been a quick artist, but it's about as quick as it gets. And then we're gonna have our relatively like darker area here, and under the I don't know what happened there. Under the bear's chin, I really wanted to get like there's a shadow there, and then maybe under his arm a little bit too, just to like really define that form. And I think I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I think there is some mild rendering that I did on the nose. So let's do that, and then we can call it. So I'm going to go ahead and at least we can call it for the flats and the rendering. And we're one step closer to completion, which is pretty exciting. I want to do this as like a very mild bit of rendering here. And we can do just a tiny bit of lighting. And I think that'll do it for our bear. Oh, his paws and his toes. His paw is there. Do just some very mild like side lighting on the toes. And then and on his little. I think that's going to do it for our renders for the page. So we have all our rendering done for the page now. It started out as flats. We've gone to renders, and now we're going to get into line, which should be pretty fun. So let's go backwards. So I'm going to save, and then we're going to turn off these layers. I'm going to just call this ear just so I don't forget. So now we'll turn off our animal layers, and we'll go back to the backgrounds, put on our background line art. I'm struggling to speak here. And we'll start. So I'm going to start with some really mild details on whatever this is. So let's first select it to see where these lines are going. Okay. So I have this whole area here. And then I have these guys. Okay, that's actually a good place to start. Okay. So we're going from here, and then we're making a dark line that we will then go over the background line area, and I'm going to call this background line. And we're going to just draw over our line in the areas that it makes sense to. So we're going to use a normal brush now, and we'll kind of see where we get from there. So normal brush. Want to have, oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Okay. I want to have this here, and then we'll turn off our line work and see if that's working. Yeah, that works. Similarly, like I want to go to those same colors, see if there's any areas where I need to have that. This is definitely one of them. I don't like that that went that long. That doesn't make sense for a leaf. I also kind of don't mind if this becomes more leaf-like. And then similarly, we have like this bright one up here. I think that would be more fun if it's like a leaf. So now we're going to turn that off and just check that out. Yeah, that looks pretty rad. And again, I'm going to select my flats just to make sure I'm picking all the color areas. Okay, we got our leaves done. That's good. Now we're going to go back here. And let's do our background line art over this tree. So I want to do some real dark lines on this very light part of the tree, and then we'll go light over the dark parts of the tree. That's what I think is going to work really well. And just pull and clean up, like some of these lines were a little rushed, so we have to kind of clean them up a little bit. And that is kind of okay. So we're just kind of going in, adding some detail lines on our background. We'll pull away just every once in a while to make sure we're good, which I think we are good. I think this is working really well. And we're gonna check out our background line work again, and really kind of get through this area. And this is gonna noodle a little bit. I like some of these like kind of wacky or curly bop lines as well, because it matches that style and era. But there's definitely some areas where this line art's very sloppy, so I want to clean it up. Like that, I can't even tell what that is. So we'll probably do like a mild thing to kind of fix that, and then maybe something up here. This can be really actually have no idea what happened with that line. So again, we're just kind of going through it. We can go over to here, see if there's any line here. There's a couple moments where it'd be good to have line. And I think that's going to do it for that color. And then now I want to go back to my animal lines. Where's the animal lines? Because some of these were accidentally on the same layer and they need to not be. So this can be like lines for the grass. So see where it goes to. It goes all the way to there. So we'll just make this the lines for the grass too. At least at the top section. And we're going to draw those lines. And I'm wondering if, now that I think about it, this is going to have to be on the animal layer. I think. Or maybe not. No, you know what? It's fine. What am I doing? I was like starting to get a little confused, but I'm realizing I'm not confused. I'm actually doing right. Okay. So sometimes you can kind of lose track of the layers you're on when you're working. And I had that moment. So now we're just doing our little grass lines that I think will be somewhat consistent throughout. Although these other grass lines I'm going to have be the other grass color, whatever that ends up being. And with these, we can be a little looser. And then again, just kind of pulling some of these grass lines in. And as these lines start getting added, it starts really taking more form and shape, as you will probably gather as we go. And then I think that's it for the brightness of that specific tone of green. And then the other tone of green will have a different line color. Cool. We got that green knocked out. So now we're going to do our broader shade of green. Turn our character line art off again. And just paying attention to our background line art. But look how that's starting to come together, you know, just with like a couple lines. It already starts working out a little better. Okay, now we want to do our broader green. And I don't know if there's anything else here that is that green. Okay, this and then the top right are like the only two greens that I need to worry about. Cool. And in this case, I think we're going to go with a brighter green than the light green on it. So it kind of has like a little more contrast to it. We'll see if that's too much. So we're going to go to our background line. I kind of liked doing the selection, so I don't have to worry about going outside of the box, the shape. So we go to background line, and then if I go here, like, let's see if that stands out. And I also want to see if it stands out over the, oh, it's not light enough. Did I check that? Let's do an even brighter green, and let's see if that works over the lightest green. Is that going to work? Probably not. It needs to go even brighter. Now we're talking. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, that kind of stands out now. So let's see if this works for our tree. Doing some light green line art. And seeing where we can get. Just getting some of these details in there that are on the original drawing. But also, cleaning it up a little bit. Like in this case, not sure what was happening there. Can definitely tell what was happening there. But like, this is going to have this wacky business here. This will just kind of connect there. Now, some of these things will make more sense in a second. If I turn this off. Yeah, I think some of these actually make more sense. But I like how that's looking. So let's continue. Okay. Let's just work our way through the entire tree. Work through that tree, And try to kind of keep the organicness of the line that we're going over, but also retain a little bit of that like clean it up but keep it loose. And we're getting there quite quickly, actually. So we'll just keep going until we're done with this tree. I know it seems kind of abstract again, working at this level. We're just going slowly through, getting all the little details. Actually made less sense there. And just getting through it. And it's very strange. Again, like a lot of this, you sort of start very abstract, even when you're working on it, especially because it's got this dithering pattern, or the dissolve brush, I should say. It can look really like almost like you're working on like an abstract painting, but you just trust the process, and then it ends up kind of slowly building to this thing that's actually really cool. So that's kind of the goal here. So we're going to continue. And occasionally, if you get lost or you're worried, you can kind of check, by zooming out and turning off the line layer you're working from, just to have little check-ins to make sure you're not completely losing the plot. Because there are some times where you'll be so zoomed in or so methodically working that you like forget to kind of take a picture of the forest. So you get so focused on the trees, you lose the plot of the forest, And that's something we definitely don't want to do. Okay, we're getting there. There's definitely this kind of hooks. Let's get this whole underside. I really am eager to get to the characters. The characters are always the most fun. That's kind of why I like to get the backgrounds done first. Because I love working on characters. Backgrounds I like less. So getting the background out of the way makes it like getting to the characters like dessert at the end of the process. So we're going to go ahead and get this taken care of. This as well. And almost done with this tree. And just getting these little details in. And again, just kind of getting these little lines on the trees, editing out the stuff that's not as good. Taking our time to make sure, we're being efficient, getting it all knocked out. And I'm guessing that when we turn off this line layer, oh wait, we have like a few more little details. But I'm guessing when we turn off the sketch line layer that's in cyan, it's really going to look really cool where it's where we've worked on the line. I thought we had done this one. That's so weird. All right, and now let's turn off our line layer. Look at that. Like we have our beautiful tree kind of ready to go. We have a couple details we need to do over that in a second, but I'm liking it so far, the little bits that we've done. Now I need to turn on the animal layer again, the animal line layer, and we'll draw on this. I think we're going to need it to be a little thicker. And we're going to go ahead and draw our line here. Oh, hold on. Guess I do need it to be thinner. And on here, I want to do a darker line now. I was going to do a light line, but it looked a little weird. Well, you know what? Let's go back. Let's go back to that previous line, whatever color that was. Let's go at its like brightest, or at its very brightest, and then let's try to kind of do at least this section of it, and then we can go over that with like a darker tone too. Okay. So I want to do this as like a line. And then I want to turn off my animal line art and we'll get this cleaned up. So it's going to be thicker here. And it's going to get a lot thinner as it goes. But then I think we're going to have this darker green. Well, let's try like a deeper green here. And then let's try that darkest green here. Oh, wait, that wasn't the darkest green. And let's try that deep green again and do a little bit of a okay. I like that. Okay, that green is done. We're gonna again play another trailer and then we'll get back and just continue working our way through this page. So the next green we'll be working on will be this, which goes in this area, and I think that might be it for areas of this green. Oh, and then that's going to have these other little spots too. So nice. And this one might be a brighter. So I'll be right back, and then we'll get into it. So here is the trailer for 2 stories. All right. There's not a lot of detail on these, but I'm going to go ahead and do a lighter tone for the detail on this. Although I'm kind of thinking maybe a darker tone. We're going to do one more darker tone just to kind of create some contrast. So we'll go ahead and draw those in. This little area, this little section. My brush is a little too thick. Okay. Go in with like some tiny brush marks. And I think I might be okay with that. I don't know what that mark is. I think that was just sloppiness. That's okay. And then we've got that area back there. Is there any other area? Oh yeah, these leaves. So now we're going to do our leaves here. So I'm going to go ahead and deselect, and then we're going to draw our leaf details here. Those are going to look really cool from a distance. And then similarly, like maybe this is like a leaf that's blowing the other way. And then this other leaf, that could be like a really mild mark. And then we're going to check out what that looks like with the line art off. Did I do that all on the wrong layer again? Oh no. I did that all on the wrong layer again. So, easy fix. We're just going to do it on the right layer now. Man, I can tell I've been working a while because little mistakes like that are bound to happen a little more often. Okay, now let's try seeing how that looks without the line. Luckily, I think most of our detail on the leaves, yeah, we didn't get any of those either, so we'll just get those in there. I did those all on the wrong layer. And this one was going to be kind of bending back. Cool. Okay. I'm going to erase a tiny bit of that because it was just a little much. Cool. Save and continue. Now it's fun. Now we get to the real exciting stuff. So it's all really exciting, but we're gonna get to the fun stuff. So right now I want to get into the tree trunks a little bit. So let's get into those. We're just gonna work our way kind of down through the entire image, and that should be a lot of fun. So I want to do select the tree here. And then I really want to be a little more cognizant of the layers that I'm doing. I want the tree bark to have lighter areas. So let's go with like a light line for the tree bark here. And these are really sloppy lines, so I think we're going to clean up our lines a little bit. And then we'll go from there. So I just want to have these trees almost have like it doesn't have to be a cleaner line, but just a little bit cleaner to where you're just seeing like some mild little bits of detail. And then similarly, like these are a little cleaner. I kind of like these a little more. And then let's see if that worked. Yay, I like that. So just some real subtle lines there. And then we're going to continue to kind of do that with the different browns of the page. So let's do these browns next. And I like the lighter tone, even on these lightest ones. So let's see if that works. I think it will. So get our background line work. Background line. This will be thinner line. And I just want to have it kind of gesture through there. This I want to clean up a little bit since it's more in the foreground. We can clean it up just a tiny bit. And just add a little bit more to it. And then here, really actually dig that quite a lot. What's going on? And I think we can look at it now and we'll see that, yeah, these are looking really nice. So we have a couple of these things showing through a little bit. And now it's just the next, which I think will be a dark now because we're getting so light that to have like light bark lines is not going to be great. So we'll go with a darker tone. And then we're going to do our background line art. And again, just ignore that giant splotch and work our way through to have some darks. And here there's like kind of bark lines that are getting a little sideways, and I like that a lot. So I'm going to copy it. And then I think for this, we're going to do just some straight lines. And hopefully that'll do. So let's see how that looks. Looking good. Look how great these little trees look as we're going. Okay, and then there's one other one, which is going to be dark lines again, but they're like really faded because they're getting into the very far background. And for those, we're going to do a... we'll do like a mildly darker line and then get in there with a very thin brush. Just adding some, bark texture and stuff. This, I love this kind of swooping through there like a... All right. And we're going to take our... Did I do that on the wrong layer again? No! Man. Okay. After I'm done with this page, I definitely need to take a nap. Because those look really pretty. And now I have to recreate those lovely little lines. And now I'm doing it without a selection. So annoying. Okay. Let's get back in there with the selections. It's okay. I just really need to watch my my method here. Oh, and now it's freezing. Okay. That shouldn't have happened. Okay. Now it's freezing, so I need to I don't know what happened there. Okay. So now we need to actually get back in there and we'll redraw the lines that we just drew as prettily as we can. They were so nice. To have to recreate them is a little sad. Okay. And then I really like this flowiness of these. So I want to make sure I'm capturing that a little bit. Cool. Okay, now let's try without the lines. That looks good. Okay. I'm digging it. We didn't lose it. All right. Now I want to see. Okay, there's one or two other things I want to do. One is I don't think we have enough line here to kind of match the pencils. So we're going to add some more line on just this stuff just to kind of get more of that vibe of the drawing. And I think we're good to go now. I think we're actually good to go now. Okay. Whew. Let's get into the next thing, which is the now we're going to do the bushes. The bushes are going to be much brighter, so we're going to do brighter lines on the bushes. Those will go to like significantly lighter. We'll see if that's light enough. And now we're going to do our line. Is that light enough on the lightest? Yes. Okay. And some line details. And again, it just seems abstract while being like this zoomed in. You just have to trust the process. Just kind of going in there, adding our little details on our bushes here. And trusting that the process works. It's been working. It will continue to work. It's actually kind of easier said than done. All right. Get some of these details here. I think that'll do it for the bushes. And we have one other area of bushes that are this color of green. Make sure we don't have any other greens like that. Ah, we do. We do have another green. So now it's time to turn on our character line work. And we'll get into detail on this too, which might actually work with the lighter tone all the way through. And then we have the other one over here. Okay, great. So these are going to be lines on the tree. And then similarly, a line here that I think might actually kind of work. And that'll be like a branch once we see our character. Okay, that'll be like a branch, but we'll get into that in a little bit. Okay, so we have that green kind of taken care of. Let's turn off our character line work. Save. And then we'll continue to work our way through this. There was something that I'm missing. Oh, yeah. I wanted to get the tree here. So there's a couple lines where the tree is like overlapping, and I want to draw those. So I'm going to have, I think maybe we'll do like the mid-tone here. And then have those lines drawn in as well. I really want those in there. And then I think there was one up here. Yep. I think if I turn off the lines, we're going to see that and it'll look really nice. Cool. Getting there, guys. Getting there. It's taking a while. There's something I want to do now that I think is going to help the tree, because I think right now we have a problem with the tree and the contrast on the rendering for the trees. So I want to do, we're going to do like a slightly darker tone even for like some of the more extreme areas of shadow, because it's such a big spot. I think most of the time like the 3 layers works, but given that this is such a huge spot, it's, and this should be at like 30% again. I think it needs a little more, it needs a little more contrast kind of in specific spots here that I think are going to help it sort of stand out and work. That was not one of the spots. I think just going just a tad bit darker with these areas around here are going to really help help it read. Cool. Yep, I think that works way better. Okay, we're gonna save, and we're gonna work our way over to the next thing. Oh, and let's go back to our brush and make sure it's on our regular Ultimate Pencil again, and then we should be good to go with the next green. So I'm gonna go select the next green. See if that's hitting any other areas. So that's going to be this bigger thing. Perfect. Okay, and we're going to look at our background line art. And I think on this green, we definitely go lighter, because we kind of have to. So let's go significantly brighter, and we'll do our little detail lines on this green. And now I'm wondering if on this green, is there any other spots that have this green? It's just this on the bottom right, and then this right here. So, okay, I think we can make this work. I think I want to use the selections for like a few areas, and then I'm going to want to actually do some spots where I'm painting over. So I think that works. And then similarly, like here, we can definitely get some of that area where it's kind of overlapping in there. And then I'm going to go ahead and deselect. And I'm going to draw a couple lines here just because they're so close in value that I think there needs to be like a differentiation of the edge. Similarly here. Okay, let's turn off the line art and see. I like that. Okay, that kind of works. Okay, now let's turn on our line art here and see what we can do to make this work. So this is going to be a slightly bigger thing. I'll go thicker in this area. And then these little spots too. We'll turn off that, and now we can do a similar thing. Actually, I think that works. So I just want to do a little bit of cleanup on this so it looks more drawn and less painted. And I think we'll be good to go. Okay. Next bush. It's so slow, and yet it does work. So that's what we're doing here. Slow and steady, and it will win the race. Okay. Select this green, which I think will be that. I don't know where that other green is. That's interesting. Okay, so now we have this green selected, and we're going to look at our line work. We're going to go ahead and here it'll be a lighter. I think on the like dark greens, it works really nice to have like a light color that almost goes over it. I think all of this, I don't want to have the selection selected as I draw it. So we'll go ahead and go to this spot. This spot, we do want those selections. So here I'm going to do like a nice little, I just realized my brush is like too big right now. Okay, so we're going to do some little details. And again, another little loop-de-loop, little detail there. I want to add another detail there and maybe here. Then I'm going to turn, oh my gosh, I'm on the wrong layer again. I'm on fire, guys. I've been working on the wrong layer like multiple times on this job for this particular spread because I'm getting a little tired. Okay. Now, I actually do want to have some differentiation here with just these lines and enjoying the fact that the color selection isn't totally dictated, but it's good to do separated. And then we're going to go ahead and turn this off again and see how that's working. And I think that does work pretty well, but I kind of want to also have a mild bit of extra line just separating those two. I think that works really nicely. All right. Now there's a couple greens that I'm not sure when they're going to come up, so I'm going to go ahead and get those done. Let's see where they are. So one of them is I want to see the line art for these. Okay, so this I think is going to end up being attached to a branch, so that's good to know. But I'm going to go ahead and make that a little like so we can get the even though maybe there's no detail on this, I want it to have detail. So so there's one, and then the other one I think we have. So we're done with those leaves. Now we just have to do this big grassy area. And I don't think we're going to have to select to do the big grassy area. So let's go ahead and put the background line or, and in this case, I don't know if we'll go dark or light. Let's see what looks best. Because light in this case might not work, but let's pick a spot where we'll easily see whether it's working or not. let's do it on the right layer, not on the wrong one like I just did. So we're going to go ahead and do this. Let me double check something. Okay. Yeah, actually, I do think that light might be the way to go. So let's go light and see how that works. So I'm going to just start doing some of the lines here and cleaning them up a little bit, but understanding that, you know, some of these lines are going to be real helpful to getting this executed correctly. And so that should be kind of fun. And then we're just doing our grass. So our grass areas got like some lines. Kind of like having these lines. We're doing them on the correct layer this time, which is very helpful. This is going to be some details in the grass, which will be very helpful. Some of these will have outline. We're trying to avoid outline quite a bit on this illustration, but there are some spots where it'll work. Again, kind of adding some of these little details. And I think this is going to look real nice once we have it somewhat kind of working out. See? It looks pretty cool. All right, we're going to continue. Get all those little details, all those little detailed sections. And we'll continue. I think there's a couple spots here that we can go ahead and get to. If we go to the character line work, and if we get into just some of these spots, like this might actually work real nice. Kind of differentiate our character here. And then similarly, like there's some little grass lines here that are eventually going to be nice to have. And I think that'll work. Turn our character line art off again. Yep. We're getting there. And then there's going to be some lines here that we're going to just get through. Like a lot of these sort of grassy area stuff. So grassy area. And again, you know, this is just a background layer, but it will make a mild difference. Just adding some of these little details. And we are so close. So if I turn this off, now we can kind of see how it's looking. And I think it's looking pretty darn good. We're just going to continue working our way through it. And kind of hoping that we can knock through this. And again, you know, a lot of this is like a patience game too, where it's like, these just take a long time to do. I guess if you're doing the drinking game where Josh says, this shouldn't take that long at all, you can definitely take a drink. But we're getting there. I actually like these strokes a lot. They're very expressive, and I kind of want to keep some of that, even though they're a little sloppy. And then we'll do just a little bit more here. Kind of taller grass in this area. And we're getting way closer now. And what's great is we already have a lot of the transitions kind of working out, but we can have the line almost like draw over it, you know, which I think is kind of cool. Okay, let's turn off the line and let's see where we're at. You guys, I missed the most important, funnest tree here. I thought I had done most of this background, but we're going to do this awesome tree. This is a great tree. And then we'll kind of work from there. So that might be part of why the tree wasn't quite working. So we'll see if adding line on that helps. Real quick, though, I'm going to play another trailer, and then we'll get to that main tree and then the flowers. And I think that'll get us done with this really bizarre background layer. So here is the trailer for... And if you haven't yet, guys, this is like 3 hours in. It would be greatly appreciated if you hit that like button. All right, here it is.
Hi, my name is Phil Chandler. I'm a freelance artist, illustrator, and cartoonist. Today, though, however, I want to tell you about a graphic novel I picked up recently called Jacob's Apartment. This book was both written and beautifully illustrated by Joshua Kemble. It is the story of a doomed romance that causes the main character to question his beliefs and his faith, while he's also going through other tragedies in his life. Every page has been illustrated by hand and digitally colored with painstaking detail. It is an emotional story that causes you to think and even question things in your own life. And while the story is a tragedy, it is one that I was completely entertained by and I highly recommend. You can currently find this on Amazon or even check in with your local bookstore and see if you can order it. And while you're at it, you can also check out my Instagram at Phil Chandler Arts and also my YouTube channel by the same name, Phil Chandler Arts. And go buy Jacob's Apartment.
All right. Now we're going to do our tree and then our flowers and then possibly add a painterly texture on this. I want to go lighter with the lines on the tree as well. So let's see if that works. I don't think we're going to need to go outside of the shape, so we'll use the shape as like a way to kind of stick within. No, you know what? I do want to go outside of the shape because there's a couple things like this branch. So we'll kind of just draw it on. A couple little areas that I want to get. And actually it makes quite a bit more sense to kind of have that lighter line there. So we're going to kind of stick within the shape as much as possible, but kind of try to keep some of the looseness and beauty of the line that's on it. And then the areas that go inside of the line are where we're adding line. Like the areas that go inside of the shape, not the line. Sorry. Okay. And then similarly, there's this really pretty swoopy line here. Want to kind of get that in there. And similarly, here's a nice little detail line. We're just going to paint all these little details of the tree. And hopefully those will read really nicely. Clean up some of this business going on here. We have some really lovely line art kind of happening here, I think. And let's see if we take that off. Yeah, look at that. I am really digging this. I want to kind of play a little more with these lines in this area. Like maybe we just give a little more detail to where, you know, it's similarly like down here, like up here, just because that's getting in the shadow does not mean it's going to be like that last line. And maybe here too. Cool. One other thing with the branch. Liking it. Cool. Save, and we're going to move on to the flowers, and then possibly add a texture to this. But let's start with these. Let's start with this like kind of thing and see where we get from there. So background line art. I don't know if we need much of a line there. There's definitely a line here. Definitely a line here. And then here, similarly, bit of a line. Here, maybe we do one. Yeah. Okay, let's see how that looks. Oh, I love it. Okay. Now we have our other line, which will be here. So we'll do like a lighter line, and then we'll look at our background again. And I actually kind of don't mind this not really having a line. I think this doesn't need a line. This one doesn't need a line either. See if these do. These might need a line. Like here, I think for sure. Where else? Here, definitely. Here, we definitely want like a kind of line. Okay. We're getting some of those little details. Now we're going to get into the flowers. So we'll do a darker line than this, and that'll be the oh, maybe we'll do lighter because it's a bright flower, right? We want it to be kind of pretty. So let's see our background line art, and that can be maybe not so thin, but that can be something we add in. And let's see how that looks. Ooh, I like that a lot. And then similarly, we'll do the same thing here, where we've got our line art. And probably the same thing on this as well, where it gets real kind of wacky. And then there's a little bit of like some stuff happening there too. Look how cool this is looking. Okay, one last one or two last ones. This will have lines here, line here, line here. And then similarly, this can have sort of some differentiating lines. And this can definitely have some differentiating lines. And now we can turn those off, and we can see these lovely little flowers that we're drawing. And I think we're good to go. I think that's going to do it, because I don't want to do too much crazy detail on the flowers. I think that works pretty well. I think if I look at that from a distance from where we started, I think we're in pretty good shape. Now let's get into our character art. After we add a texture, I do want to add a texture. So let me go to my regular screen and put my face here. So I don't want to show the text, but I'm going to be pulling a previous page. Oh my goodness. Starting to lose steam here. But I want to finish this page, and then I can kind of break. That's my goal. How are you guys doing, by the way? If you're watching this and you haven't hit like, I ask that you would. Hope you guys are having a good art journey, getting stuff done. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and grab the texture from a previous page, which is from pages 4 and 5. And we'll see if the texture is working. So let's see here. There it is. Get that texture, pop it on. And I think the texture will add a little bit of niceness to it. So we will do the texture. Okay, now I can show. Oh, wait. Edit, redo. Okay, now I can show what I'm doing. Let's go back here. And then we'll check out this texture and see if it works or not. I think it does add a little bit of variety and kind of hand-doneness to it. I think we will stick with the texture for now on this. That's really nice. So we're going to save, and then we're going to go to our animals and get them done. And this is where having those previous animal pages will help quite a bit. So I think we have a layer that has Hattie, and then we have a layer that has the bear. So let's check out the bear first. And let's get the bear done first. Well, actually, you know what? Character stuff is the most fun, so let's do the most irritating first. Let's do the let's do all of the twigs and sticks and stuff. So let's start with these. Start with these wood layers and see where we get from there. Okay, I'm going to make a new layer that's called animal lines. Animal lines. I'm going to save just to make sure I haven't completely lost the plot again. And we're going to draw our stuff here. I feel like I just got a message or something. I'm going to read it just to make sure. Okay. Got it. Okay. It was just some friends messaging about video games. Very important stuff. Okay. We're going to get in here with the character line art and then get through it. So, okay, here is some of this is real easy peasy. We're just going to kind of go through and add some of this nice texture of the bark that that the character has on the wood. Similarly, like here, we're going to have a nice texture. Just draw that bark kind of stuff in there. And see what we can get done. And let's see without the lines. Yep, that's working pretty well. Let's continue. So this is going to have, again, just kind of some lines. Some more lines for the bark. Okay, and then we're going to do some lines for the bark. And see how that works. I think that's actually working. Now we're going to do our next, which is going to be the tree itself, this like larger tree. Which is going to have, again, like some lines. I got a little carried away with how much overlap I'm showing there. I don't want it going out out of the lines too much. Oh. This is gonna be a thicker kind of branch here. The kind of thicker tree branch again. And trying to make sense of some of this sketchiness, but also like still capture some of the looseness and the barky feeling to the sketch. And we are getting closer and closer to being done with the bark, which is fun. So on this one, maybe we do like transition. And then sort of finding all the areas where these textures can kind of add a nice look. And again, just as dull as it is, it's like actually pretty fun once we see the result, because it should make this look like a much more kind of formed piece of wood. And a lot of it is just rendering and line doing all the magic that rendering and line can do. So let's see how that looks. Look at that. We've got like a pretty nice branch there. So now it's just about doing that with the same for the other browns, and then we'll kind of work our way through even further. I think the trash truck is here, so the dogs are losing their minds. So just this last bit of details for the wood, and then we'll get into the bear, and then we'll do. Well, maybe we'll do the owl before the bear. Look at that awesomeness of that tree branch. We'll do the same thing here, where we're just going to add a little bit, try to clean it up a little from the real loose, kind of sloppy line art. And we'll do our last one here. And I believe that's going to go to here. And this is going to have a line art thing there. And that's that. Now let's check this out. Look how like much that really starts to like form what this looks like. I can't help but be excited by that. Because it's like if you look at the way that the background and the stuff that we've just drawn lines on, how much that helps. There's one other thing we need to do. So I'm going to pick this very bright color again. And we're going to go ahead and do our detail. I missed one spot. So we're going to go here. And we're going to draw those lines in here now. So that we're able to kind of get that same vibe. And this, like, you'll see this twig is just going to look like super rad. Just a little bit of detail, you know? Like the mildest bit of detail can really help these drawings stand out and sing. Let's see how that looks. I mean, I like it. Okay, we're gonna save this, and then we're going to let's do our owl real quick, and then we'll play another trailer. Paul said, "Hey, I'm in the shower. Thanks for letting me know, Paul." Let's see here. Okay, we've got our background line work we need to put up here, and we'll put it here, and we'll have our animal lines here, and we're just going to do some basic stuff. So right now I'm going to do we'll start with the line art for the owl that I think should be like a little darker on its beak. Am I even on the right layer here? Why is this not? That's like not even showing up. I guess it's just too thin. So there's our beak of our owl. Now we're going to do our owl's line art, which will be darker. So the owl lines are just going to be like so. We're just adding little detail areas from the drawing. And it's going to make a massive difference when you see it from a distance. And I believe for the owl, for the chest, I think we go with lighter color, but I don't even think we need to do that. And then because it's like so far away, and I think that's going to do it for the owl. So let's see. Now, if I zoom out, how cool does that look, right? It's just like a little bit of line, boom, suddenly looks amazing. Okay, we're going to do our bear next. But before we do that, we're going to, you know what? Before we get to the bear and before we get to a break, let me do any sort of line on the let's get our golf clubs kind of worked out here. Okay, I'm gonna put that character line work. Oh, not that background line work. A little bit lower again. We'll play our character line work, and now I'm gonna basically use a lot of the details from the inside of this drawing, and we'll draw them on the right layer. Right now, what we're doing is kind of the details on the golf clubs. And details on the golf clubs. So now what I want to do is I want to actually do the details on the handles, if there are any details. Seems like there are, kind of mainly here. And then here, I think there was a mild detail here. And I think that's it for the golf club. So let's see how that looks. Look at that. Looks so freaking good. Okay. We're going to save. And then we're going to get into the bear in a second. Maybe we start with Hattie. I don't know. But the only ones left are the gopher and the bear. And then we're done. So I'm going to put a trailer on. Paul said the illustration looks great. Thanks. Yeah, we're still missing line art for the bear and the gopher. But I'm really excited about it. And we're going for like a little golden book style. So it's kind of a slow process, but it's weirdly not as slow as it seems like it would be. So okay, here is let's play Kids Say Kemble by Jim Lujan again.
We know the Georgia kids say the craziest thing.
So, little Susie, do you have any brothers or sisters? I understand you're in third grade. How do you like that? Do you like your teacher? You like to do a lot of fun things at school? You got any hobbies, Susie? Any things you like to do when you're not in school? I hear you like to read.
Well, right now I'm reading two stories written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. It grapples with faith and mental illness. It's ultimately a story about redemption. It's a savage piece of writing. Also, I just finished up Jacob's Apartment, another one by Kemble. Jacob's Apartment weaves together elements of spiritualism and relationship dynamics, as well as atheism, and all the while it deals with abandonment and loyalty. It's a fierce, fierce read.
Do you like ponies?
Love that commercial by Jim Lujan. It still kind of makes my day. All right, we're going to do our bear real quick. So for our bear, there's one spot that I realized we missed, which I don't know if it's a big deal because it's kind of, actually, I kind of like it. Okay, we're going to get our bear line work done. So let's start with his like mouth. And then let's move from there. So character line work, the mouth, just going to add quite a bit of personality there to Mr. Bear over here. But just a little thicker. Okay. And let's see how that looks. Yep. And then we're going to do our nose lines. So our nose lines are going to be, well, our nose lines will probably be the same as the highlights. So let's get into the highlights of the bear. This is always a tough one to draw because it ends up coming out like real close in value to the it's like you're almost drawing it like the same as the other lines, you know, like in value. So it's easy to get lost when doing these. And we're getting there. Weirdly enough, this line part is like it takes way less time than one would think. It's like once we have all the structure there, it's like just adding these little tiny bits to kind of make it work. And luckily, unlike the last one, we don't have like 5 bears to do. We just have the one. I'm wondering if the bear is... I think this is good. Okay. Okay, and we're just going to get some of these lovely bear details in there. And I have a feeling the second we do this, it's going to just punch it like a ton. And I want it to go the whole way. Now this foot is kind of sloppy, so I got to clean it up a little bit. And I do want to have those little dots on the nose. And I do think we need to kind of get in there with the... we're almost there. Just one more part of the bear. His toes. And I think we're good to go on the bear. So let's see without the lines. And look at that. That's like the little golden book kind of look. So that's the way we're going to do it. We have our bear executed. We executed the bear. That sounds really bad. And then we're going to get into our little Hattie illustration. I know that on Hattie, there's a few things that I remember. Like one is the mouth for Hattie. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Hattie's whiskers are black. So we'll remember that. Little black whiskers for Hattie. And black eyebrow and black this. And then everything else is a deeper brown. And I should have stuck with that black. So what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and pick that black in a second. but we're just doing all these little details for Hattie so that it hopefully just makes it really pop and sing when we get to our final. And here we're going to have just a little bit of the detail. And I think that'll do it. There's kind of that line there too. So now I want to do the black and then the and then that line on all of the character everywhere, and then we'll add the other lines as we go. So similarly, like this should be black. I just realized too, there's a couple things missing from the rendering. Am I somehow missing a rendering layer? I thought we had done Hattie's. Okay, so we have a couple things that we missed on the renders. Okay, so remind me when we're done, we got to add rendering on the black of Hattie's nose. And I think on the eyeballs of this bear. So those are things we need to add. But right now I want to go ahead and keep momentum on the lines, and then we'll go back and finish those up because that's the one spot I was kind of had a blind spot on. So Hattie kind of has little eyelashes, so we'll get those in. And similarly, like little eyelashes. And that's always black. These are always black. Other than that, everything else is that brown. Nice. Okay, now we're going to just do that brown for the details. Interior details. And that should be fun. And some just mild differentiations between the parts of the body here. And we've got our tail. And our toes. And we're going to just continue our way through it in this like kind of abstract way. And here, here, here. I think we're getting there. There's just one other spot that's there. Okay, now if I turn off that, it should have that kind of old vibe. It's getting there, right? Okay, now we just need those black lines and then light lines, and obviously we have to render Hattie's big black dot eyes, which I don't know how I missed that on the rendering phase. So here we're going to do, again, like big black eyebrows, whiskers, and then we're going to do our brown lines for details. And continue working our way through. And just getting all those little details, like the toes, the this little bend here. This little ear section. The bend of the head. Some of these areas. And we definitely want to save once we're done with this this line part, because it's starting to lag a little bit. And let's see how that's looking. Hey, I kind of like that. The one thing I'm not liking about that is those eyebrows. I think maybe the eyebrows will go to that dark brown. Similarly, I'm not really a fan of the eyebrows here either. Oh. Come on. Yeah, let's do the eyebrows in the brown. And let's do them a little thicker. Okay. And then we're going to do the eyebrows again. And then we're going to go here and do our Okay, and now we're going to do our line work over that. So let's start drawing. Oh, nice big eyebrows here. Getting some of these little detail lines too for our character. Detail lines again. Detail lines again. It's a little too much eyebrow there. Okay, let's get those detail lines going. Still got more to do. All right, and then we have our fur lines again, just kind of getting all these little details in there. And a lot of the little hair strands. Cool. Oh, there's one more line we missed. That's going to be an important one. Okay. So we have Hattie kind of working out. The last thing I'm going to do is the light, and then we're going to get into the mouth, the light part of the skin, the mouth, and then we're going to get into all the other fun stuff like fixing up those black areas, because those I forgot to render. So let's start with the character line art for the white, if there is any that needs to be done. Not really white, but the line art here on Hattie's chest. And then similarly here, I think there's be a bit there. Cool. Okay, that was easy. And then we got this one, which is going to have some more broad details. And I actually feel like since this is a little closer up, it's going to be good to have a mild line. Not a ton, but just a little bit of differentiation there. There we go. And then we'll have just a little bit of a line here as well. A line here. And I think that'll do for that lighter area color. That actually works. Okay, now we've got to do the lighter line here. Where's that going to be? Maybe we can do a little bit here. That actually works. And then let's see about this. I think I kind of like having a bit of a differentiation here. Maybe it's too much, but I kind of dig it. And then we're going to have just mild details here too, which should actually help quite a lot. Like in this case, oh, and then Hattie's got a black, I forgot, Hattie's got a black bottom lip. So even here, to be consistent, we should sort of do Hattie's mouth like so. So that's more consistent. And then we'll do the extra line work if there is any on this, which it looks like there might be. I want to do just a little bit. Again, these ones that are so close up, I think it helps. To have just a tiny bit of line. Like I don't want to overdo it. I do like letting the shapes kind of be shapes. Sort of do their own thing. I do think having just a little bit of line is going to help a lot. So now we'll save and then we'll do our rendering. Oh, wait, we're not at rendering point yet. We have one more thing we have to do. I need to... Actually, no. I don't think we do have one more point to do. So I need to do the eyeballs and then we're done. So we're going to go to our animal renders again, our animal flats. We'll go to those. And then again, on Hattie, it's going to get just a little bit brighter. I also kind of want to see if we did. Let me look at my JPEGs real quick. Oh, come on. My computer is so slow right now, I can't even preview JPEGs. I want to look at the cover again. Okay, good. Okay, so we're going to do just some rendering. Again, we'll go here, make our brush like this, have the opacity at like 30-ish%. And this should help us render just a little bit. So, oh, I forgot to put it on dissolve. That would be good. And I like it all except the one spot that I'm not digging is I think here we got to pull a little less highlight. Paul said, I know you're working 24/7, but how do you like being home all the time? I love it. I was just talking about that at the beginning of this stream. Like, as much as it's been a little chaotic and stuff, I've been really like so thankful to not, especially the commute, like that long commute was starting to feel like murder, like the longer I was doing it. And so I feel like my mental health is in a much better place. It's just nice to see my kid and be able to like have breakfast with everybody. And I don't know, it's like it's strange, but it's like I am incredibly happy about being at home a lot, and it's been fun to even right now. It's like kind of rad to work on this with my wife because we're like collaborating on it. So speaking of, there's one spot that I think needs a little clarification. It might be maybe best done with a line. So let's go ahead and do that. It's mainly this little connection here, and I'm thinking that probably was defined with a line, and maybe that's somewhere I missed. And then I think we're pretty much ready to go after that. So let's. But yeah. Anyhow, to answer your question, Paul, it's a good question. I am so glad to be home. Like, yeah, and I might end up like subbing for a little bit, like substitute teaching. But even then, it's like just the ability to be in the area that I live and not have a crazy commute. That's part of why I might be doing that, because it's like just to avoid driving for like that long is like, to me, a really big incentive. Like, I don't want to go back to chaotically commuting for so long. Like, I got used to it and I did what needed to be done, but man, that really, like, having a crazy commute like that, that'll get you, you know? You guys, I think I'm done. Let's see if my computer's not frozen. I think we're done. But of course, this is when the magic wand starts going. I mean, not magic wand, but the pinwheel of death starts going. I'm happy with this spread. I actually like how this came out. It's got the vibe of what I wanted, and we're good to go. We're pretty much we're ready to rock. So that took a while. You know, it took like 4 hours, 4.5 hours to render, but I think it's coming out good, and it looks like a little golden book, which is kind of half the joy of it and fun. I will see you guys on the next live stream. Um, and and I will see you guys. And I hope everything is well with you. And if you haven't yet, hit that like button. If you haven't subscribed, hit subscribe and hit the bell so you get notifications when we're about to go live. And I will probably see you guys in a couple hours when I work on the next spread. So, but I feel good. That's another set of spreads done, and on to the next one. But first, for now, I think I'm frozen on the screen, which means my computer needs a break. And hopefully this is coming through, but we're going to call it. Have a good night, guys, and I will see you on the next stream. Goodbye. If it'll let me end